Testing, testing, 1, 2. My mic's being kind of finicky and I want to make sure it's working. Cool, cool. I'm just getting everything set up and stuff. Need to grab my brace and whatnot. My cool gamer disease, meaning I have to wear a brace while I play. Ugh, we dropped back to $4.99 again. This is killing me. The snakes do absolutely have party hats on. Hey, Blinkspat. We'll be getting started in just 1 second. I just need to, put on my gloves and my brace. ASMR lesbian putting on gloves so she can get killed in Dark Souls without getting killed in real life. Okay. We're good. Oh, yeah. Mistheart, I agree, but let's avoid talking about stuff that we have not covered in the Lorethrough itself, including stuff from other games. You are totally right, though. I will tell you that much. Okay. I'm not going to drop immediately into the twist because I want to give people time to show up and whatnot. Faith builds Cestus. Oh, nice. That's an interesting run. Oh, dang, that sucks.
Well, hello, you need.
What do I have this thing up to? I don't have it at plus 15, do I? No, I need 2 more chunks.
I'll be seeing you then.
Hi, Ariel. Oh, I don't have a slab either. Do classes even, exist in the Dark Souls universe? Not that we see. I mean, it's entirely possible that they do. But, we have no evidence of them existing, if that's what you're asking.
There you are.
Hey, dude snake. Oh, I gotta find my boy. That's why I came here. Where is he? There's my boy.
Oh, well, help, as always.
This thing costs so much to upgrade. It's insane.
Goodbye then.
We have it plus 10, which is what we need. Hey, Nick. Okay. God, I hate the mid-roll in this game. What can we do now? We have the Covenant of Artorias that lets us traverse the Abyss, so I guess we can, go and try to farm some dark wraiths super quick. And then once we hit like 510, we'll do the boss fight, which then leads to the big twist. Hi, Bella. So wish we'd gotten the Mask of the Father. Yeah, this upcoming boss does look pretty sick. NGL. We're not going into Blighttown right now. We're just gonna do the shortcut to New Londo. I really should grab the... Yeah, we didn't grab the gold serpent ring while we were in Sens, and I'm not fucking going back to Sens for that. Oh yeah, dark wraiths are sick if you're into skeletons and shit. Oh right, we killed him. Listen carefully, skeleton. I can't wait to get to listen carefully, skeleton, because that was the one message I wrote in Dark Souls that made it into like a Tumblr post. Oh my god, I do nothing. The goggles, they do nothing. Here's an old meme for you. Anyway, how are you all doing this fine afternoon evening? That's what I'm calling this time now, like 5 to like 6? No, 6 is kind of evening. When does evening start? For a walk? Got to pet a dog? Hell yeah. I would like to go for a walk and pet a dog. It's chilly but humid. Ugh, I hate that. To 8 p.m. So I guess well, no, it's not evening yet. It's only 5 o'clock. Enjoy your last beautiful moments of afternoon, I want to say. I've got humid and cold right now, which is a bummer because my house is nice, but I had to have the window open because I was smoking and I don't want my cat to get sick. Don't do drugs, kids. Hi! Oh, I'm playing Dark Souls 1. I mean Dark Souls 3. That's so you can tell. There we go. How do you accidentally write a creepypasta? Yeah, it does fit the season. My god, those dudes are fucking persistent. Huh. Come here. Oh my god, they just have such poise. Nice, I can one-shot them now. Yeah, I want to give it like another like 5-10 minutes before we actually get into like the big twist. I want to see if I can farm some chunks, huh? Boys. True, they do have some pretty intense poise. But not intense enough. Okay, we need one more. Oh, there's one. Excuse me, sir, will you drop something for me? Yeah, it's not even poised. They just have so much stun lock potential. Ooh. Did not realize he could catch me on that. There we go. God, that Half-Life 2 radio file is so fucking scary. I just need one more. Pretty please. Oh, that was close. And it's the first thing you hear in Alex. Oh, I want to play Alex so bad, but I absolutely could, like, never afford VR ever, so... I can hear one. There it is. God, they're really easy to backstab. I forgot about that. Oh my god, you bastard. ASMR me bitching about Dark Souls 1. That's the whole channel. I have so much beef with this game. But here I am, playing it. Yeah, I don't know when, if ever, I'd be able to afford VR. Maybe in like 3,000 years or something. Oh, already did that. Because, like, I only really have a couple games, like, I really want to play that are in VR, so it's like, I'll live if I don't have it. Yeah, I don't want to do Oculus just because I don't like the deal Facebook made with it. Totally forget what's in that chest, but... Yeah, if I were to get one, I'd probably get a Vive. If this was a Mimic, that would be so fucking mean. Oh! How convenient. We're getting low on those. There must be a vendor who sells, like, an unlimited amount. Wait, no. God, I hate the bonfire warping system in this game. I don't know why it doesn't warp to everyone. I mean, I do. Like, they didn't have time to finish it, but... Please do.
Well, you need... get your...
Alright. This next boss requires some fucking poise, so I want to take a look and see how much we can put on before we go over 100 equip load. What's our equip load? 108 with the ring? Oh, but we can't have the ring. 72. Jesus, that ring gives a lot. Yes, next boss is all about poise. Oh, wow. So you want, like, the heaviest, poisiest armor you can find. Oh, I hate this stupid idiot's hat. Oh, no, I mean... Not transient curses, I mean, homeward bones. Sealer Grandpa sells unlimited, and, a couple of them are sold by Moss Wife. And that's just really important. This next boss is fantastic. Not really, but the way you fight it is fantastic, and it's just poise. Eternal poise. There's also a way to cheese the fight if you can do really high damage. I will point it out while we fight it, but I don't think I deal enough damage to really take advantage of it. My wife! Hello, wife. I love you so much. How are you? I love you. How are you, my dearest love? Oh, good. I'm glad that you are doing well.
Goodbye, then.
Manic is better. You got here just in time for Poise Boys. I feel like we'd be better off using the shortcut for this, but whatever. I mean the other way, but we'll see how we do. I was gonna wait a little bit for Poise Boys, but if my wife's here, I gotta. Poise Boys are fucking amazing. You gotta love them. You will see Poise Boys very soon. I probably will not beat this boss on the first attempt. I'm not super great at it. Most of the late game bosses in Dark Souls I really struggle with because I stop playing around the halfway mark if I'm playing for fun. Because I hate the second half of the game. Oh, fuck off. I just need to remember the correct way to the fucking... No, that's not it. Dude. Come on. Oh, yeah, you're right. I do do the DLC. Except for the final boss of the DLC, which I don't really care for. I need to remember how to get to the boss is the main challenge now. Because I always forget. I remember it being some, like, path that's really annoying. Oh, there it is. And I had to go through hills for it. Alright. Make sure I have the right ring equipped. Stay notorious. I refuse to just jump in. I have to go down every single stair. It's the only way to play. Okay. Time for the Abyss, which we have been discussing in great detail. I know a bunch of people were like, holy shit, Abyss lore last time, so we finally get to talk Abyss lore. But first, we have to go there. Be fucking funny if I just died. This is the Abyss. It looks kind of how you'd expect. And here come them 4 kings that we keep hearing about. Now, these dudes show up on a timer, and the best way to deal with them is to just poise through their attacks. Ooh, I do not do enough damage. Yeah, with enough poise, these guys are kind of fairly easy. They have one attack that's kind of rough. Oh, I forgot to do the cheese thing. They do show up on a timer, so you have to, like, wait for the other ones to show up. I'm gonna try to do the cheese on this one. Oh, that's the one attack I was worried about. Yeah, they have 2 attacks you have to worry about. But the rest you can just kind of poise through. And you can actually hit them while they're dying to do extra damage, but I fucked that one up and jumped backwards instead. Yeah, no, these dudes look sick as hell. I'm not gonna lie. I love the arena you fight them in and everything. It's really, really good. Oh, shit. Poise. Fun fact, you can get up to 7 kings to spawn in the fight. That attack can steal your humanity, which really stinks if you come in here while human. But the main problem with it is that it lengthens the timer, which means it gives time for another king to come on in here. You can actually, with enough DPS, you can beat it in 1 to 2 kings. I think my record is beating it in 2 kings. Shit. Oh, did you bring popcorn? Good play. Boys. All right. That's that. And we got the Bequeathed Lord Soul Shard. Also, there's a guy there. Let's not do Berserk trivia, please. Gwyndolin. Soul of one of the 4 kings who fell to dark. A fragment of a Lord's soul discovered at the dawn of the Age of Fire. This is really, really important. Lord Gwyn recognized the foresight of these 4 great leaders of New Londo. It granted them their ranks and the fragments of a great soul. Although this is not a full Lord soul, it can still satiate the Lord Vassal. That's really interesting because it's like, it shows that Gwyn's soul is so strong that he can split off chunks of it and give it to other people and still be strong enough to link the flame. We're just chilling in the nothingness right now. This is the abyss. I'm ignoring you. Sir, I'm ignoring you. Yeah, we kind of sped through Four Kings, but you are here in time for the big twist that I've been hyping up.
Greetings, undead warrior.
My always favorite line.
I am the primordial serpent, Darkstalker Kaathe.
So this isn't the one from upstairs.
And illuminate the truth. The truth I shall share without sentiment. After the advent of fire,
This is super important, remember this.
found the three souls, but your progenitor found a fourth, unique soul, the dark soul. Your ancestor claimed the dark soul and waited for fire to subside, and soon the flames did fade, and only dark remained. Thus began the Age of Men, the Age of Dark. However, Lord Gwyn trembled at the dark, clinging to his age of fire, and in dire fear of humans, and the Dark Lord who would one day be born amongst them. Lord Gwyn resisted the course of nature by sacrificing himself to link the fire and commanding his children to shepherd the humans. Gwyn has blurred your past to prevent the birth of the Dark Lord. I am the primordial serpent. I seek to right the wrongs of the past, to discover our true Lord. But the other serpent, Frabbed, lost his sense and befriended Lord Gwyn.
I'm still here, I'm just letting it all play out.
We stand at a crossroads. Only I know the truth about your fate. You must destroy the fading Lord Gwyn, who has coddled fire and resisted nature, and become the fourth Lord, so that you may usher in an age of dark.
So that's kind of a big deal. We're gonna have to unpack that.
Very well. I shall now guide you to Gwyn's prison. Be still. And
Oh
trust
boy.
thine flesh.
Everybody be normal about this. I'm begging you. Ugh.
This is Gwyn's prison. Now, place the Lord vessel upon the altar.
Yeah, sorry if I'm not commenting much. I just want to run through this. Just... You can see why I wanted to save this all from instead of doing it at the end of last stream. There's so much to cover. We're going to be covering it for, like, a lot of the stream. We look good. Let's fucking go. These are areas that were blocked up before. I just didn't bother to go to them because I knew they were blocked off. Reminds me, before I go too much further, I'm gonna have to use the one exploit for the poison. So, here at the Lord Vessel, we can offer souls to it. And basically, if we give it enough souls, it'll open the big door to Gwyn's prison. also called the Kiln of the First Flame, and we'll be discussing the kiln at length.
Very well. Once the vessel is filled with
God, I hate him.
souls, the gate to Gwyn shall open. Seek Gravelord Nito, the Witch of Izalith, and the traitor Seath the Scaleless. Fill this vessel with their souls, then the gate will open, so that you may kill Gwyn.
He's saying kill, but Gwyn is, like,
Are you
alive
ready?
still.
Then let us return to the abyss. Entrust thine flesh to me.
Yeah, when they refer to traitorous Seath, I'm skipping that. Okay, we got some... I'm just going to run through some more dialogue from it, and then we will get into it.
Wish, I shall grant the art of life drain, the legendary power of the Dark Lord. It can preserve your humanity while undead, and cast off the shackles placed upon your brethren.
So yeah, basically he was the one who taught the Dark Wraiths and the Four Kings the art of life drain, which is the thing that the Dark Wraiths were using when they try to grab you and steal your humanity. And he ushered in the Abyss by giving them the ability to, he came up and, let's just say he came up and he was like, you know what you guys need? To feed off the humanity of other humans. And so they all started, like, devouring humanity and stuff, which was kind of a dick move. We're gonna join the Covenant just to get some lore. But then, of course, we're gonna go back to the Dark Moons, don't worry. Okay. I promise, let's...
Undead warrior, to speak now is it begins.
Okay, yeah.
They failed.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Every last one of them. They were strong, but saw not the truth. I am certain that you will prove different.
So that's interesting. So he makes it sound like he was trying to impart something specific to them. He was trying to impart something to them, but they failed. Most likely meaning they failed to become the Dark Lord or whatever the fuck, and instead focused on devouring the humanity of other human beings. The question there being, like, how much do you blame him for that? Like, is he blameless because he was just trying to help, or is he at fault? It's an interesting question, one we will delve into, along with a whole mess of other stuff.
You sorry fool. You could not be the chosen one. Enough. I shall slumber until I am awakened again.
So, let's get cracking with that goodness. By which I mean that deep lore. Before I do, though, I'm just going to drop my links. Are we going to do discussion questions? We are, yes. I'm sorry I forgot them last week. One second. I'm just making sure I have, like, my notes pulled up and whatnot. Okay. So, let's, yeah, no, I love that you can vaguely see their face in the onion helmet. Let's talk a little bit about what just happened, because there's a lot that just happened. Like, a lot, a lot, a lot. So the world is definitely much more open to us, so now we can plan on where to go. So we can go down to the ruins of Izalith, also called the Demon Ruins. We can go to Gravelord Nito's domain. We can go into Seath's library. We got a lot of places to go. Okay, I think she has some unique time.
Go ahead, even. If you require rest, that's
Okay,
it.
no, I thought she had some more stuff to
If you
say.
require rest, that's it.
Hi, Darkwing Knightess. We all love you. Let's see, where do we want to go first? I'm going to use a cheese strat to make sure we get a certain ending to a certain character's quest, because I think that's important. We're going to work on it. That's one of the things that we're doing next, actually. But we do have to do this cheese method that's a little gross. So, fair warning. Oh, wait. I'm doing the wrong way. Nah, this is fine. Solaire is somewhere. We will get to Solaire. But first, let's talk about what we all just heard. I knew I was going to have a hard time with this episode because I knew I would be stumbling over it because we just got hit with so much goddamn lore at once that it's like, where do you even begin, you know? Whatever. Now then. So, basically, we finally hear about the furtive pygmy, who we heard about briefly in the OP, you know, so easily forgotten and whatnot. And the furtive pygmy, they didn't help out in the big dragon war that we've discussed. Like, that was pretty much the gods. The furtive pygmy was not a god. I should make that clear. And when it refers to your ancestor, this is one thing I got confused about on my first playthrough of the game, so this is one I'm going to want to, like, explain. When the furtive pygmy is referred to as your ancestor, they don't mean, like, literally our ancestor, like, our character specifically. They mean that he is the ancestor of all human beings. Like, basically, the current humans that we know in this universe, such as the Chosen Undead, these dudes, Solaire, etc., are descended from this furtive pygmy, this individual who was capable of a whole mess of stuff. Oh, God damn it. And we were supposed to... It's basically, Gwyn was supposed to take over first. And then after Gwyn took over, and, like, they had their Age of Fire, there was supposed to be an Age of Dark, because he's saying that... Nice. He's saying that basically, as we know, the fire fades, and then dark comes after fire, and human beings are tied to dark. Even though we've been told, like, the dark is bad, and connected to hollowing and whatnot. According to that dude, hollowing is not necessarily a bad thing. That he's specifically talking about, like, the true nature of man, which is to be connected to the dark. And for the rest of the lore, make sure you follow and subscribe. I'm kidding. I will give you the lore, but do consider it. Now then, as I was saying, what we're going...
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
Close to crying. Thank you for the follow. That gets us back up to 500, I believe, which is sweet. Much obliged. Okay, well, I'm going to try to do the dumb method for crossing the bridge. There's another method, but I feel like doing the dumb version. Hello. There's a specific method to cheese the fire, but I forget how. So I'm just banking on having enough health to survive it. I was wrong. I think you can shoot it with an arrow to get it to land on the bridge. Thank you, Sutton. Simply do not get set on fire. You're right, I should have tried that. And I want to get there because I want to see our boy. First death of the night, folks. There's a corner you can stand to avoid the fire. Is that not where I'm standing right now? Shit, I forgot about the knockdown on that. That's the problem. Oh yeah, you're right. Fuck. Bye, baby. Good luck at work. I love you. This motherfucker. Not you, babe. I love you. At least this gives me a chance to... Thanks, babe. At least while I die to this repeatedly, it gives me a chance to discuss lore more. So basically, what Kaathe is telling us is that... Oh wait, I didn't even get those souls back. What Kaathe is telling us is essentially that the dark is not a bad thing, and that humans will actually benefit from the dark. Which is very much runs counter to what everybody else has told us. And he's one of them little serpent lads, and they're a little odd. But it certainly seems accurate that they're connected, given that we have been... Okay. There we go. Much better. So, of course, whether or not it's true is a big question for sure, but it seems more accurate. Although, like, what exactly that means is still up for debate, like whether hollowing is how we're supposed to be, or whether... like, we won't hollow if the Age of Dark comes. Those are questions that we will answer over time. But the main thing to know right now is that the Age of Dark is supposed to come after the Age of Fire, and Gwyn linking the flames stopped it and kind of interfered with the forces of nature. Here we go.
Oh, hello there. Forgive me. I was just pondering about my poor fortune.
Oh.
I did not find my own son, not in Anor Londo, nor in Twilight Blighttown. Where else might my son be? lost Isolith, or the tomb of the Grave Lord, but I cannot give up. I became undead to pursue this, but when I peer at the sun up above, it occurs to me, what if I am seen as a laughingstock?
No,
As a blind
honey.
fool without reason? Well, I suppose they wouldn't be far off.
Yeah, it is a shame she missed him, but I'll show her the VOD.
Oh, hello there. The sun, if...
Poor guy. Now, this statue,
Oh,
if you have enough faith, you can pray at it. Like, if you have enough faith, you can pray. Yes, we are going to do that, Clemquat. We are going to do what you asked.
Oh,
Poor baby boy. Our beautiful son boy. Sorry, I thought you were referring to something else, Bella. Okay, so we have a few places we can go here, as I've mentioned repeatedly. But I'm wondering if we should do the one glitch that's, like, kind of gross. We might as well do it now, since now is a good time to talk about lore. Beating a boss with sunlight gets 5. Oh, that's cool. We have something unique we can do here in Blighttown now, but I want to make sure I cover everything before then first. Go to the Demon Ruins, which we now know are connected to Isolith, which we've discussed. It's time for something kind of gross. We have to get attacked by one of these things to get a spell. Oh, damn it. Okay. No, that doesn't help us. I have to not kill them in one hit for this to work. I needed to do a very specific attack. Okay. Yeah, it sucks, but what can you do? Now we have to wait to see if we get a specific animation. Oh my god, they do so much damage. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Now we have to wait for an animation. Now then. So, Dark Lord, Dark connected to humanity, etc., etc. Gwyn rejected the oncoming Age of Dark because he didn't like it, because that would mean losing his powers, and power would go to humanity. Like, the power that the gods have would become the power of human beings, led by, like, a Dark Lord, like a progenitor, like somebody that kind of takes up the power of the furtive pygmy and the Dark Soul. I'm sorry, Bella. It's for a good cause, though, I promise. Now then. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, you're supposed to, like, kill these dudes and then become the Dark Lord, which apparently means, killing Gwyn, even though we've heard that Gwyn is dead, but they refer to it as Gwyn's prison, Meaning some piece of... Okay, we got what we need. Now we just have to wait. Some piece of Gwyn is still there. Since we know he can split his soul into shards, like he gave some to the Four Kings, a piece of him is still there. Like remains as a part of... Not as a part of a flame, but standing watch over the first flame, which is kind of a big fucking deal, but we're gonna get to that. The main thing to know for now is that basically the whole chosen undead thing was a lie. Like, the whole fate of the undead, all of that is bullshit. Because it's not in humanity's best interest to link the fire. It's in humanity's best interests to let the fire go out. At least, well, that depends on what you believe is best for humanity, because, like, us dying is caused by the flame. Like, and when the flame, you know, starts to go out, that's when, like, becoming undead happens. But they're saying that, like, being undead is the way human beings are supposed to be. And, like, being alive was a trick Gwyn used. And so that's kind of, you know, kind of a big deal. And that... And that basically... Frampt, who is supposed to, you know, tell you the truth, like, the Japanese refers to them as world serpents, not as, primordial serpents, kind of like the, like, Jormungandr in Norse mythology. And that basically they are there to try to, like, push things in the proper path towards, like, a cycle. But Frampt got convinced by Gwyn that keeping the Age of Fire going was a better option, even though that's not the way things are supposed to be. Yeah, he's saying the natural state of humanity is beef jerky, which is like, that sucks, but, you know. Anyway. So now we get to the part that I would say the part that I'm going to stumble over, but I've been stumbling this whole time. While I wait for that, let me just drop my links again. Etc. Oh boy, here we go. That's what we needed. I know it's gross, I'm sorry. We're gonna get rid of it, I promise.
Well, now, you're just like me. Your dedication is...
The leech planted eggs.
Only, well, your head looks awful.
Dude.
Why not try this? I've no use for it any longer. Oh, hell, what is... Worse than undead.
Oh, this is
We
interesting.
are diseased and unwanted, like the grime of the great swamp. But my dear, fair lady, she cried for me and swallowed the great blight pus, despite Mistress Quelag's orders to the contrary.
So, the fair lady there, the reason she's ill is that this thing called the blight pus, some sort of illness afflicted these people, and she took it into herself in order to protect them, which is sweet and sad.
Worse than
Yeah, but the fair lady... Anyway, we need these, is what we need. My god, we need 10,000 of them? Bitter sour chestnut. Removes parasitic egg from body. The egg bearers have chosen to serve the flame of chaos, and the eggs symbolize this selfless choice. Naturally, these chestnuts are forbidden, but are allowed under special circumstances. So no head, Jesus. So that's interesting, because the flame of chaos is like a separate thing from the first flame, and we'll be discussing what chaos is at a later date. Yeah, it's what we did there was maybe not nice. We need to go farm some souls real quick. Okay. So, basically the whole chosen undead prophecy was made up. I mean, like, prophecy being made up is kind of how it works. Like, people have to, like, say that pyromancy is a thing. I mean, that prophecy is a thing for it to happen. But the thing is, this prophecy is bullshit. The fate of the undead that you're being told about is not the actual fate of the undead. This is something made up by Gwen, and it's the same reason why we offer humanity to the bonfire, because basically every bonfire is connected to the first flame. We touched on that. We didn't go super in-depth about it. But basically, the true fate of the undead is not to link the fire. It's to let the dark come forth, as in accordance with the dark soul, which is the most powerful of the four, but, like, it had to wait to activate, basically. It's like a delayed Molotov, if you will. Bloodborne joke. Anyway. So, we are being lied to, if you believe Kaathe, and that the dark is good, although it seems like it's possible to fuck it up, given the fact that he talks about how the dark wraiths failed, and that, like, it's easy to kind of become obsessed with draining humanity from people and whatnot when that isn't what you should be doing. I did get my pyroflame high enough. But I want to save the thing that we were raising the pyromancy flame for until the time comes. Why did I not repost there? But we will get to it, 100%. I specifically was raising the flame for that reason. Yeah, that grab there, that can drain your humanity. That's the thing that Kaathe taught us. Oh yeah, we got an item from Kaathe that goes into detail about that. I should pull that out. We don't have the silver serpent, do we? Damn it. So. Yeah, basically, Kaathe is saying that, like, ages come in cycles. You know, there was the Age of Ancients, or the Age of the Dragons, and then there was the Age of Fire, and then there should be the Age of Dark, but Gwyn was not big on the idea. We'll discuss Gwyn, but he seems kind of like, maybe not the greatest, given that, you know, he was willing to fool human beings into sacrificing themselves for something that doesn't benefit them and in fact actively harms them. So you can see why this episode was important, because it's revealing, like, some really, really important truths. Yeah, Gwyn's kind of a dick. Although, here's where it gets interesting, is that you could make an argument for Gwyn not being a dick. Like, it seems like the Age of Fire has worked out well for people. So, it's... The opinions on Gwyn are really interesting, and I feel like there's a lot of different ways to take his actions, and I really like discussing that. But I want to cover the other basics first. So, here is where we get to a somewhat awkward topic, and one I was kind of putting off on talking about. I dropped some implications to it a while back, but, like, I was avoiding talking about it because it's kind of unfortunate, given characters I like. So, I mentioned before that Gwyndolin is lying by having the illusion of Gwynevere give you the quest, and we figured in part that it was because she's really insecure about her appearance, and Gwynevere is more, like, beloved by the people and such. But now we know she's lying about a little more than that. Specifically that she is lying about the prophecy. Meaning she, along with Frampton Gwyn, have been playing us for, like, the entire game. From the very beginning, she was not on our side. She was actually manipulating us using this false prophecy to link the fire, even though that is arguably not in humanity's best interest. So she played us like a damn fiddle. She solved us like a damn riddle. She ate us like a damn skittle. There's a reason why this episode was named Gwyndolin Did Nothing Wrong. That was close. Gives us what we need. Oh my god. I think this thing's weak to fire, though. Nice. Screamin' Mimi. Ah, shit. Oh, no. If I die here, that's gonna suck. I should probably run away and use a homeward bound. Okay. Ah, shit. I have made a grave mistake. Elden Ring joke. So, let's talk about the whole Gwyndolin betraying you thing. Because, as much as I hate to admit it, Gwyndolin is arguably the main active antagonist of Dark Souls. Because I love her, but she is arguably the antagonist of the entire game. That said, there's a difference between an antagonist and a villain. And this is where it gets... Well, I'd say this is where it gets interesting, but all of this is so interesting. Don't you find it interesting? Because I find it interesting. I love this shit. I'm, like, so excited. Like, genuinely, unironically very excited. But let me go open my door, because our boy Cooper is screaming at me. 2 seconds. So, as we know, Gwyndolin, her family didn't treat her mega well. Her siblings did. As far as we're aware. At least her elder brother did. No worries, PS9. Give me the mist. There we go. So, we are going to talk about the difference between villain and antagonist. Villains are people that, you know, are doing bad... I mean, villains are people that are doing bad things, usually for, like, personal gain. Gwyndolin... Well, we've discussed this before, but she is a little, I believe I've mentioned the word brainwashed before, and that is certainly very relevant here. We know for a fact that Gwyn neglected her, treated her like shit, and most importantly, refused to acknowledge her existence. There are no statues of her, there's no mention of her in official documents, only in stuff specifically connected to her. And, yeah, generally, not treated super great. So we're heading into the Duke's archives now. This is Seath's domain, and we're going to discuss it later, but... basically, she was brainwashed by Gwyn to essentially be completely devoted to the sun, to serve the sun, etc., even though her aspect is the moon rather than the sun. And so she was brainwashed and commanded to, on Gwyn's orders, shepherd human beings to the bonfire. Yeah, the transphobia of the associated items very much add to that. So she was commanded, ordered by Gwyn, who we know she basically did everything to please, despite the fact that he treated her like shit. It's very much a textbook abusive dad relationship. Like, he generally wasn't great to his kids, but she was clearly very much abused, very much brainwashed. And so, even though she is, you know, lying to us and whatnot, she is not doing it for her own gain. Because in a sense, she is also a victim of Gwyn. In her own way. Does she even know he's lying? It is unclear. We know the fact that she knows that she's lying about the whole being in the best interest of humans things. Like, we know that she, knows that this won't help human beings. She knows that this is a lie. She still benefits from linking the fire, though, right? That's an interesting subject, because it's possible that she gains her power from the moon rather than the sun. Like, given the fact that she still has a lot of power, even though Anor Londo does not have any sun. It's the twilight of Anor Londo, as she mentions. Oof. Yeah, no, she does technically benefit, so it's not like it doesn't help her. I won't pretend that. But she is not doing it for her. She is doing it because her dad manipulated her. And as such, you know, that definitely... How best to put it? It doesn't make up for what she's doing, but it does put what she's doing in a very different context. And yes, you could argue that I'm biased and a Gwyndolin apologist, and that is completely fair. But I think evidence points to such being the case, and we will actually be discussing how that works over time. Some of this stuff we're only going to get to in later games. Like, not right away. But I will get to everything. Just trust me when I promise we'll get to stuff. You know what? I might as well just kindle that. Well, can I teleport to this? I can't even remember if you can teleport to this one. Let's check. Yeah. Oh, damn. Okay. Bummer. We might, I might want to kindle that further then. I hate the bonfire warping in this game. She's pretty badass, though, that she can make all that. But yeah, obviously, what she's doing is wrong. And tricking us into putting humanity into a disadvantageous situation for the sake of the gods, whose, like, time has come, is kind of shitty. By which I mean very. But even if it is not as much, she is still a victim of Gwyn. She has suffered at Gwyn's hands the same way that we have. And I think that makes her very much sympathetic, even if she is a villain. Or an antagonist. But it certainly, playing through this, it certainly was a bummer to find out that my favorite character in the game was, in fact, the antagonist. Given that she generally seems pretty nice. She's a little, you know, a little standoffish with the whole if you try to see what she looks like, she'll kill you thing. But, you know. Plus, she's gay, and, you know, that's always good. This area sucks. It's not as bad as some of the other areas, but I hate that the enemies are literally just palette-swapped undead perish dudes that have more health and do more damage. It's like, that's lazy as fuck. Oh my god, did you see that shit? Oh, fuck. That was cool, even though I got killed right away after. Follow/subscribe for double parry energy. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I'll just tell you right now, these next areas are very lore-heavy, which is great, but they also suck to play, which is less great. Yeah, the lighting around here is really weird. Also, the whole crystal thing, I mentioned this before, but crystals are related to Seath because they are... The most powerful form of magic comes from crystals in this universe. It's just like a thing. Oof. Why can I not repost them? Is it because I'm on an elevator? Probably some pointless shit like that. No, Gwyndolin is a god. Basically, gods in this game are a separate race than human beings. They are very, very strong. much stronger than human beings, but they aren't, like, immortal. They aren't like the Greek gods or whatever. And their power is tied to the flame. So when the flame dies, they just stop having powers. They don't all die or anything, but their power goes away, and then humans gain more power. Whoa. Oh, here we go. The Dark Wraiths, incited by Kaathe, use the power of the Dark Soul to absorb humanity, an art shared by this weapon, which also acts as a special shield. The Ancients, particularly, could sap the humanity of even a replete saint in the blink of an eye. So, yeah, that sounds kind of not great, but we've learned that humanity is kind of... Well, humanity is complicated. Oh, no, she's not betraying humanity. She's betraying the protagonist, who is human. Like, she is betraying the protagonist by claiming to help them. But in reality, she's not betraying humanity, but she is tricking them. She's doing stuff for the benefit of the gods, and obviously that's understandable. Oh yeah, these crystal golem things, like the one that kidnapped Dusk, are created by Seath, obvi. Because Seath kidnaps maidens because he's, like, a gross creep. I should mention that Seath lore is gonna have to delve into some kind of triggering topics. I'll just say it right now. There's some really gross stuff going on with Seath, and we'll go into it, but when the time comes, I will put down, like, a warning. Sherry772, thank you for the follow. Well, they are pretending to be on. Like, Gwyndolin is pretending to be on humanity's side by having Gwynevere be like, if you light yourself on fire here, then you will prevent further undead sacrifices. Like, people will stop being undead, even though we know they're supposed to be undead. But being undead seems bad because we've been tricked into believing that it is bad. I think she's an antagonist, not a villain, but she is opposed to the goals that benefit the group that we're a part of. Although, realistically, she's more sympathetic to humans. Like, Gwyn was really opposed to letting humans be a part of his government or, like, army, but Gwyndolin is perfectly down with, you know, having human dark moons, and in fact, like, as we've discussed, is in a romantic relationship with a human being, which is something Gwyn would never, ever do. So she definitely has some, like, sympathy for humanity. I can't be anti-human, my wife is human. But for real, though, she definitely has sympathy for human beings, but can't act on it because she's being manipulated by her dad. Her dead dad. Half of a broken stone pendant. The vine appears to originate from Ulasil. A powerful magic can be sensed from this ancient stone, yet men of this time can neither manipulate nor sense its power, which has a distinct air consisting of both reverence and nostalgia. We'll discuss that in time. Oh yeah, that's just about how it's crystallized. Oh yeah, also Seath has that dude that we saw in Undead Parish who did the goofy dance. And that buffs enemies, but also it just looks very, very silly. I'm instituting a no homestuck rule right now. Literally, I'm just... This is a Homestuck-free zone. Now then, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Gwyndolin being a morally questionable and her actions being morally debatable. I just think she's a really, really interesting character. Like, I've talked about it before, I think her backstory is really interesting, obviously, but also, like, the moral complexity of her character is interesting. And it's a shame that the fandom really just reduces her to that one shitty transphobic joke. And that I'm not going to say, obviously, but I assume anybody with any familiarity with the series is aware. Is there there should be. There absolutely should be a no Homestuck tag. Now, what was I saying? Oh yeah, she's definitely one of the most, like, complex and interesting characters, and I think that's part of why I really like her character so much. It's not just that I think she's really pretty, because she is really pretty, but it's the fact that she is very morally complex. I just think she's neat, exactly. Oof. I love the noise they make. It's so pathetic. Yeah, no, it's not a joke. It's just a mean-spirited, like... Oh, right, that's a mimic. Oh my god, that's right. They do stupid amounts of damage. Oh my god, I literally couldn't see what the fuck was happening there. What is your build for this playthrough? I am doing Dex Pyro. I'm doing Falchion or Falchion and Pyroflame. But I'm mostly doing Pyroflame so we can get a certain lore character. Now then. So, as I was saying... Oh, fuck, I can't believe you've done this. At Gwyndolin. Yeah, no problem. I love me some Dex. Just need to bait a lad out here. So this is a human that has been, like, very much taken over by crystals. Meaning, like, Seath has been experimenting on human beings with his whole crystal thing. Hence the, like, crystallized people we see, because he is... Dark Moon Knightess let us know that he is fucking nuts. Basically, he is trying to find a replacement for, like, the immortality of his scales, but he's just really fucking insane. Wait, do we not have... We don't have a ring that we need. I thought we had one. Oh, shit. Do we just say fuck it? I guess we'll just say fuck it then. RIP to the souls. So we have a scripted thing. We have a purging stone at least, right? Okay, actually, fuck this. We'll go through this area a little later. Like, I have to get some important stuff, because I need a couple things here. Rest in pieces. Anyway, so I gave the rundown on a fucking goofy amount of lore right there, and I'm sure I'm forgetting stuff. So I will, for the time being, if y'all have, like, any specific questions, I would be happy to answer them. And just, you know, I can't answer questions that have spoilers, so if you ask one and, like, it's answered later, I will be like, that's answered later. Like one does. We gotta go see Mosswife. Everybody's favorite Mosswife. So the dragon at the bridge is actually not a dragon. It is a drake, aka wyvern. Like, that's an interesting question. Bella, we'll discuss that. Yeah, drakes and wyverns are kind of like devolved, kind of like devolved dragons. Kind of like when the dragons all started dying off. They're kind of an offshoot, like the serpents. Serpents are also kind of offshoots of dragons. But it is definitely poorly explained in-game, so I can completely understand the confusion. Gwyndolin started doing squats with the snakes get bigger? No, but, like, her thighs would get bigger. Because she has thighs.
I think.
No, it's, I'm not sure which tree you're specifically referring to. Serpent refers to the snake people. I mean, not to the snake people, I mean, like, Kaathe and whatnot. Kaathe is a primordial serpent, also known as a world serpent. Depending on who you ask. Oh, I think that's just a dev oversight. Because the devs for this game didn't give a shit. At least for the remaster, I mean. I don't mean to besmirch Miyazaki, like, for creation of the game. I have my issues with it, but it's a great game. Or at least half of a great game. Yeah, let's get us up to 6k so we can get a Purging Stone. And then I need to remember how to get a Ring of Sacrifice. I think there's a trade that I can do with the, with Snuggly for a Ring of Sacrifice, right? Does anyone remember? I mean, different realities is not impossible. We've discussed before that this series, you know, the flow of time itself is convoluted, as the man says. Oh, humanity? Okay. Aerosix Chaos, I am glad you asked. This is something I've discussed a few times, but I'm always happy to discuss again because it is a point of confusion. Basically, well, the wiki's biased,
Blessing
yeah,
of
but
the moon
also,
upon your journey.
Hector Nefer, thank you for the follow. How it works is there's an assumption, a false assumption, that Gwyndolin was forcibly raised as a girl. Now, this is false. Don't jinx it, Miss Tart. Now what we need is, like, a subscriber influx. Anyway. So the assumption made about the whole forcibly being raised that way was a theory raised by Vadi Vidya, who I'm sure is well known among these parts by now. And it's based on an assumption without any real evidence. We know that Gwyndolin was raised as a daughter. And I'm going to try to avoid Dark Souls 3 spoilers here, but there's more to back it up. So I will mention those at some point. Stick around until we get to Dark Souls 3. But the... Timmy Turner... Vadi... People just decided he was my nemesis at one point, and now it just kind of... I can't do anything about it. But, basically, we do know that Gwyndolin was assigned male at birth. Like, Gwyndolin has, like, that biological sex? I'm trying to find the right words for it without being crude. However, we do know that that has changed. Like, her... I'll just say, her character model has breasts. And also, like, you know... if you look at the full character model, you will understand what I mean. But she has an AFAB anatomy, I guess would be the right term. She has a quote-unquote female anatomy. Now, we know that she displayed an affinity for the moon, and that played a role in her being raised as a daughter. Now, we do know that the moon is feminine, and the moon is feminine and the sun is masculine. That much is true. Like, femininity associated with the moon, that's all legit. But where it gets complicated is the nature of the choice of her gender. Now, the thing there is nothing in-game to suggest that she was at any point forced to be, be raised that way. Oh wait, I still need to get the Ring of Sacrifice. What am I doing? I'm too worked up with lore. I'm just, like, getting way ahead of myself. You'll have to all forgive me, but there's a lot. Thank you for your patience. But yeah, there's nothing to say that she was forced. There is stuff to say that she was ashamed of her appearance, but that's most likely due to the snakes rather than... that's based on the snakes rather than, the whole, like, breast stuff. And the fact that she continues to choose to present that way after Gwyn is gone. But the main point that I don't see people acknowledge outside of when I bring it up is actually Gwynevere. Now, as we know, Gwynevere is the Princess of Sunlight. Just as Gwyndolin is the Princess of the Moon, she's the Princess of the Sun. Now the question being, if Gwyndolin was forcibly raised as a girl, then why wouldn't Gwynevere be forcibly raised as a boy? If the sun is masculine and she's the Princess of Sunlight, then naturally she would be raised as actually the Prince of Sunlight. However, she wasn't. And that's where the whole Force thing kind of falls apart, is the fact that it is not internally consistent with the logic of the game. And that's what's wrong with, making assumptions, is the fact that you do get stuff that if enough people believe, they don't they don't keep entirely consistent, and that is where we'll be discussing the Firstborn in time, but we get a lot of explanation stuff about the Firstborn in Dark Souls 3, actually. There we go. Finally. There isn't really any lore about returning to the asylum. We just get the lore on the doll, which we talked about. Yeah, like, she... Oh, shit. Oh, no, we're fine. It is a choice that she makes, without question. And, you also have other people associated with the moon. Seath with the whole moonlight stuff. Like, all of his stuff connected to the moonlight, which we're gonna get into. And Seath isn't a girl. Seath is a guy. So it wouldn't really make sense for Gwyndolin specifically to be raised in that way, but nobody else. As for why the item descriptions use different pronouns for her, that's because, as we have seen and discussed, and we'll discuss further, the item descriptions are not always 100% correct. They are lies, essentially. And they are heavily biased towards a specific point of view. So, all evidence points to that. There's also the fact that, Darkmoon Knightess, who is closer to Gwyndolin and is specifically referring to Gwyndolin when she talks, uses her for Gwyndolin. She says, "I pray that through you, her wish will be fulfilled." And you could argue she's talking... You could argue that she's talking about, you could argue that she's talking about Gwynevere, but given that she consistently refers to Gwyndolin, it would make more sense that she would be talking about Gwyndolin. That would be interesting, Dodogondo. Does that answer your question? I forget who asked it. I'm sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent. But does that make sense? Do you have any further questions? I probably missed some details. Alright, you son of a bitch. The snakes, we'll discuss the snakes. But as we know, there was a lot of experimenting with serpents especially by everybody's favorite asshole, Seath, who we've mentioned, and who we are currently on our way to kill, so he's pretty relevant. But we discussed before that all of Gwyn's kids were created to fulfill a purpose. We discussed this, but Gwyn's kids were not, like, born, but, like, created by Gwyn to fulfill individual purposes. And Gwyndolin, the theory is that she was created as an attempt to fuse God and dragon. But it fucked up, basically. And there are a few theories, one being she came out like that, another one being that she came out very fucked up, and Gwyn asked Seath to heal her, and in response, you know, she got experimented on. But it was... evidence points to it being connected to Seath. Maybe Seath and Gwyn had a baby together. The thought is horrifying. Fuck off. Iron Pineapple looking ass. Sorry, Iron Pineapple. I actually have no beef with him, that's just the helmet he uses. Ten out of 10 would watch what? Me talking about Gwyndolin for 4 hours? It is valid to be a dragon fucker, but it is not valid to specifically be a dragon fucker for Seath. Eroskaus, we are avoiding talking about stuff that we have not already gotten to in the lore, but I will be discussing exactly that at a later date. Oh, thank you, Sherry. I'm just gonna delete that, Eros, not... like, you're not in trouble or anything, just because I want to, like... there are people watching that have never played the series. But we will specifically be discussing exactly that, so I'm glad you are thinking about it now. You are doing well planning ahead. I have a unicorn horn. Ain't even got legs. Yeah, we know that Seath... we can talk about some Seath lore, which is that he betrayed his people and helped Gwyn genocide them with lightning. Gwyn and the other lords. I keep, like, blaming Gwyn specifically. The other lords definitely played a role in it, except for the furtive pygmy, who did not play a role in it. What do we have that has really good curse resist? Sorry, I'm just equipping... I'm doing this for a reason. I promise. No, you're totally fine. Don't even worry about it. I had not mentioned anything like right then and there. Wait, this gives us the most curse resistance? Fuck yeah. I would like to, if possible. Are all lords also gods? Yes. Like, Izalith and Nito are also gods. They just look a little different. But not... Seath isn't a god. Seath is a dragon. But yeah, as we can see, there's a lot of crystals and shit going on here. That is Seath and his weird theme. I hate his fucking theme so much. I really should have gotten the rare ring. Oh no, I got the purging stone, so it's fine. Yeah, so these crystals inflict curse is the reason why I needed the ring. Because they continue to inflict curse even after you die, which sucks. I did. No. Dragons are more powerful than gods, because their power is everlasting. Yeah, he looks a little odd. And now we're in prison, and we can't leave. Unless we do something really dumb. Yeah, I've seen people do, like, a no-death run on that, and it's like, it seems like a fucking nightmare. Let's see, what would be good to have right now? I guess Hornet Ring? Imprisoned for Gwyndolin simping crimes. I will admit to guilt. I will admit to being guilty for that one. How much do I need to level up? I don't think I have nearly enough anyway. Yeah. So, yeah. This dude with the key is literally just asleep chilling against the door. And if you kill him, he drops the key. Very clever of Seath to have a bonfire set up in his fucked up library prison. Exactly. Now, what you might notice is those dudes from Sen's Fortress are here. Which means, as we've discussed, that Seath is the one responsible for creating those man-serpent people. They aren't necessarily connected to the dragons, only in the sense, but they are created by Seath as part of his, you know, experiments with scales. Because what he's trying to do at the end of the day is get scales so he can be immortal. That's his whole shtick. Real quick, I'm going to drop our links again. Don't forget to help me pay my rent. Key to the cell of the Duke's Archive Tower. The Archive Tower, once a trove of precious tomes and letters, became a prison after the onset of Seath's madness. The serpent men who guard the prison know not the value of what they hide. In the basement of the tower are the writhing mistakes of the terrifying experiments which were conducted there. So, basically, Seath, as we know, kidnaps maidens and then experiments on them, and it just gets worse from there. I want to mod this to play Runaway with Me by Carly Rae Jepsen. That's what I really want to do. These are the experiments. Captured maidens. So these lads will actually just straight up run past you to get away from these things. Yeah, we're going to get into it, but Seath is very, very gross. Yeah, I'm like... There's some very nasty lore and implications going on here, and I'm like... I'm hesitant to get too into it just because it is so fucked up and nasty. But, like, the fact that he specifically kidnaps maidens has some gross implications, and there are implications connected to an even larger thing. Seath is less of a playboy and more of a predator. He's an incel. He sucks. He's very, very bad. He is, and we'll get into it more, we have to go to another area to get the full Seath lore, but he did something extremely, extremely bad, and we're gonna, when it comes time to get into that, I'm gonna have to put, like, a warning on it or something. Hey, Prodigy. I was in a cell. Oh, yeah. These poor women. Oh, shit. Oof. Yeah, they can fuck you up pretty hard. But yeah, Seath was experimenting on them, and I'm trying, I know I keep repeating myself, but I'm, like, trying to avoid making people uncomfortable. But I think me saying what I'm saying, I think tells you all, yeah, I did get the ring. The music basically, like, wakes them up. The music is most likely a crystal resonance. Like, it's the sound of a resonating crystal, and that resonance probably not activates them, that sounds like they're machines, but, like, wakes them up and makes them more aggressive. Although that isn't necessarily the case for all of them, as we will see. That there are actually 2 that are still in here, and I'm just gonna tell you right now, this shit's really fucking sad. They won't attack you, they're actually shivering, and you can hear them weeping. Meaning they still have some measure of mind left. And we can get some lore items, and we have to kill them. And normally, I just read lore from the wiki for items you have to kill people to get, but at this point, I think it's a mercy. Sorry. I'm sorry. Bountiful Sunlight and Soothing Sunlight. Those are spells associated with Gwynevere. And that already raises some pretty troubling implications, and we're going to get into that more specifically. And we're going to get into one of the things that makes Seath stupidly evil and makes Gwyn a real bitch for not killing him. You motherfuckers. I hate these fucking dudes. They do so much fucking damage. I got one of them. Shit. Yeah, you have to be in the Sun Princess Covenant to use those. Oh, you thought it was soft lock? That stinks. Okay. Yeah, these are super associated with Gwynevere. Like, you have to be a follower of her to use them. Special miracle granted to the maidens of Gwynevere, Princess of the Sun. Restores high HP for self and vicinity. The miracles of Gwynevere, the princess cherished by all, grant their blessing to a great many warriors. So basically, those were maidens of Gwynevere. Yes, Seath made the snakes. Despite Gwynevere kidnapping, or like despite Gwynevere being the daughter of Gwyn and a princess, Seath kidnapped and experimented on her maidens, most likely handmaidens of hers, which is horrible and awful and just makes him so slimy and gross, and I hate him so much. I fucking hate him, etc. I'm gonna be calm now. But Gwyn was just fine with that. He didn't have a problem with it. Aren't maidens of the Way of White are different from, like, handmaidens of Gwynevere. The tower was once no prison at all, but a trove of precious tomes. Initially, this was, like, a huge library, right? But then Seath kind of started to go fucking nuts and became obsessed with crystals, and the library fell apart and became a prison because he started kidnapping people and experimenting people. He just went completely insane, basically. To a less than pleasant degree. Yeah, he is... I'm gonna get into this more later. It's one of the reasons that she may have run away is, Prodigy, let's, refrain from spoilers. Yeah, he was kidnapping, but then it escalated to the point where that was, like, all he did. As for why they're in Sen's fortress, that's because, basically, it's the same reason why there was the dude with the 6 eyes in the place where you find the Firekeeper's soul. Most likely, they were there to kidnap maidens and then take them to Sen's fortress, where they were then transported to Seath. No, you're fine. And just like that, it seems like our boy Big Hat is here too.
Hello again. What a chance meeting this is. Alas, I'm imprisoned once again. I don't suppose you could stage me a getaway. The archives. Such a storehouse of knowledge. So close, but just out of reach. The thought offends me so I could simply die. As a student of the arts, you understand me, yeah?
Yeah, we know from earlier that he was, like, one of the most powerful sorcerers ever, but he didn't have access to, like, the really powerful, like, Seath-only sorceries. So now we probably know why he was in that cage. He was most likely trying to get here in the first place.
Hello again.
Wish we could understand what his name means. Yeah, I mean, I think the greatest mystery in all of Soulsborne is why he's called Big Hat Logan. Like, if only there was some clue that could tell us why his name is Big Hat Logan. No, Logan probably didn't ring the bells. There were people... He probably got kidnapped before the doors shut, or he went in there once you opened the doors. I need to remember how to specifically get the key that we need. Because there's a key we need to free him because he has some lore. Doesn't help me at all. I would assume his parents like the name Logan, yeah. It's an interesting choice for a name, I'll say that. Personally, not a huge fan of the name. But, you know. Also, hi Rat Girls, how are you? I want to make sure I always do my best to, like, greet all of my subscribers when they show up. Aren't you supposed to run away? Whoa, what the fuck? That fire was just going fucking nuts. But yeah, I'm running through stuff really quick, but that's another evidence of Seath being a fucking dick and Gwyn just kind of letting him get away with it, which is definitely not a good look for Gwyn. I will say that much. Yup. Software named Big Hat Logan, Big Hat Merlin. You thank them if I remembered who from. I'm still grateful to those that, even if they have a gift sub, stick around. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, the clothing being there is, less than great. Big Hat Bogus. Big Hat Bungus. Big Hat Fungus Among Us. You gonna follow me? Me and my cardboard-ass cape?
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
The Prodigy 123, thank you for following. Love the name. Love the Prodigy. I was literally listening to them earlier today. Like, that sounds like I'm bullshitting, but I swear to God. Speaking of Bungus, how is Cooper? How is he Bungus? Did we ever get the binoculars?
Now thou art a blade of the dark moon, hunteth the enemies of the lords by the power of the dark sun.
Esper, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Congratulations on becoming a blade of the dark moon. Hope you will serve us well and enjoy your emotes. Right robe worn by traveling maidens. It is part of their formal attire, regardless of rank. Yeah, that's the stuff that, like, Rhea was wearing, for instance. You remember Rhea? A divine ring entrusted to the head bishop of the Way of White and apostle to Allfather Lloyd, uncle to Lord Gwyn. The head bishop of the Way of White is the guardian of law and caste and one of the great royals of Thurland. Because we know they're, like, the big royals and whatnot. Also, as you can see, he's gone a little nuts on the crystals. Like, a little nuts. By which I mean, like, you know. It's a little much, I would say. You also might notice that if you look up there in the way distance, there is a floating door. There is no lore behind that. It is a bug, and they did not fix it in the remaster. If Gwyn has an uncle, we will discuss Gwyn's parentage in due time. It's a big, interesting question. we'll discuss that guy, Prodigy. Remastered. Seath the Scaleless. Area does look cool, although the lighting in the remaster is a little odd. Seath went insane trying to figure out why the door was floating. That makes sense. Fuck off. Okay. Whoa, that nearly went very, very bad. Now I just need to remember how to get down here, because there's all of this twists and turns in this area, like a fucking Harry Potter, because there's, just like Harry Potter, there's definitely a transphobe in here. Honestly, if they ever do a Dark Souls 1 remake, I hope they keep it there. I hope that they, I hope they add 2, and then they remake it again, and they just keep adding them. I hope we get, like, 5 remakes. Can you warp from this one? I forget. Oh yeah, it's the deepest lore now. You already know. The lore door. One does not simply walk into Lordor. The door should be visible from finally... Replace the view of Anor Londo with the door. This area made me quit the game one time. Like, I literally stopped playing it for, like, months. Thank you, Sherry. It's always funny seeing the name Sherry, because that's one of the protagonists of the game I'm working on. I got lost in it for a wicked long time, although it's kind of funny that the quickest path is actually, like, right down. But we need to look around to get that fucking key. Goddamn. Thank you, Bella. Play my video games. I made them, they're good. Lucky you. Hi, Emma. I always get confused because I have another friend named Emma who has a different username. How are you? Bella's like getting to all my questions before I could say them. Blighttown honestly just isn't even that bad. Like, it's bad, but it's not that bad. Holy shit. That's a lot of damage. Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, that's back to the start of the level. Doesn't help us at all. Ugh. Jesus fucking Christ. Emma gang. I feel like Emma was a fairly common name for, like, my generation. Rachel was also a common name, but I like mine. Oh, fuck off. Oh my god, everybody's name is Emma. How many of you know a Rachel? Outside of me. I am obviously the most important Rachel you know, but how many people know another Rachel? Ugh, my spine. I knew a lot of Rachels growing up, but that's because, like, I'm Jewish and I grew up in a very Jewish town, and it's one of, like, the names. Although what's funny is that, like, Jews have a very specific spelling of it, because we've spelled it that way for, like, a bazillion million years. But I've seen so many, like, Raechel stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Rachel, decide the game I should play. Dark Souls 3, it's the best game ever made. Unironically. There are a lot of, like, Goyish spellings of Rachel. And it's like, why? What's the point? Oof. Raichu, like Raichu? That's a Pokemon, right? I don't know Pokemon. I really like Dark Souls 3 world design. Some people don't like it because I think interconnectivity matters a lot to them. Which I get, it doesn't matter as much to me, and the world is still very interconnected. I know many are Rachel, but most of my town is Jewish, so obviously... Casper, is that you? Hi! How are you? Is Raichu a cute Pokemon? I'll take your word for it. Good to see you. Everybody say hi to Casper. He's my old college buddy. I say old college buddy like I'm not... Like, I'm, like, 40. I just graduated college this year. Granted, I graduated it, like, way later than most people do, because I fucked up and had to transfer schools, like, 3 times. But I did end up with my useless degree from Harvard. Like, having it from Harvard's pretty cool, but, like, nobody's gonna hire me for a creative writing degree. That's okay. I'm going to make myself put all of them up on YouTube. If it kills me. Oh, hi, Cooper! Oh, thank you, Casper. Likewise. My beautiful boy. Dark Souls 3 has fun weapons and creatures. Bloodborne is close for me, but I prefer 3 for, like, a few reasons. Bungus in a good way? What does that mean? Okay, there we go. That's the key we need for Big Hat Wogan. And that's a mimic. That one I remembered from memory. I say remembered from memory like you can remember from something else. Enchanted Falchion. I'm already very enchanted by this one. Thank you very much. Oh, fuck yeah. Dark Souls 2 is very lore independent. Like, it's consistent with the themes of the series, and it adds some interesting elements, but you can play 1 and 3 without playing 2 and still get the whole story. Dark Souls 2 has some good lore. One thing I was really wondering about was whether or not I should do, like, the lore of Dark Souls 2 before Dark Souls 3, or if I should do Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2. I'm really torn. No, there are definitely connections. Helm of the Channelers. Sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. Say that 5 times fast, actually. Sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. Sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. Sorcerers that... The 6 eyes arranged in 2 vertical columns compensate for Seath's lack of sight. So that's interesting, that Seath can't see, in addition to all the other shit. He's just a fuck up. Not that being blind makes you a fuck up, I'm just saying he's a fuck up, like, as a person. Rope of the Channelers, sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. Okay, yeah. Even after the onset of Seath's madness, the Snatchers, as they were often called, ventured to far lands to find suitable human specimens. So, yeah. Could Seath never see? There's 2 interesting theories on that. I personally think he can't, but there is, I personally think he can't, but there's reason to believe. Oh yeah, so the giant cell in the back, like by all those things, was made to hold some very specific people. And as for who that is, we will discuss later. Anyway, let's go rescue Big Hung Chungus, or whatever the fuck we decided to name him. Big Fungus Among Us. Big Joe Rogan. Ow. Nice dance moves, you stupid bitch. Look, don't... Sometimes we say things and don't mean them. Don't judge me. I have no opinions about that element of Logan's character. My big hat Greek Logan. Oh, okay, that's actually really fucking funny. I'm not even mad that I died. That was genuine. That's genuinely really, really funny. I am going to steal that and tell that to my wife later. But I'll give you credit. Yeah, please do clip that. Here's to all the lore and the laughs we had along the way. I can appreciate a good pun. I'm a mom. Moms like puns. That was so unnecessary, but so satisfying. God, we really should get Great Combustion, but that's... you get it from a lore character that I want to save to talk about. Bitch! Love that. I'm glad you didn't clip that. Puns are great. Nothing wrong with a little pun here and there. Any idea what these weight? Oh, those are gears for what I can assume is, or was either like a mechanism of transportation or a clock. They look like clock gears, but who's to say? Thank you, Miss Hart. I need a fucking big hat Greek Logan to show my dearest. I almost made a spoiler joke, but I did not. I'm being good. I'm like chomping at the bit to talk about Dark Souls 3 specifically because it's my favorite game ever, but... does Seath have a special need for a clock? Who's to say? Sorry, ladies. I wish they wouldn't attack. What the... oh. Remastered! Remastered. Girls' night. Literally what happened? Oh, got glitched out of... Bella, no spoilers, please. No mentioning stuff from 3. I came back to Calamari. He's also known as Seath the Wheelless. Gwyn took his car. He gave Gwyn his car so he could, like, get away with kidnapping his daughter's maidens.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm saved.
You're welcome.
Twice. I must be sure to repay you. I will visit the archives. If I discover any new spells, I shall share them with you.
Thanks.
I'm impressed by the onward march of sorcery. Hello.
Firekeeper soul. So that means he imprisoned a firekeeper, that fucking dick. I hate him. I'm like trying to control myself because Seath is probably one of the top 3 most hated characters in the entire series for me. I fucking can't stand him. Go reinforce our Estus flask. He's got a big hat. His big hat is such a defining character trait. I think it would be really cool if it was reflected in some element of his character, some easily identified element. Seath imprisons you, which makes you cop adjacent. Or makes him cop with Jason. You're not wrong. I am just sitting here. Hey, Cooper. Speaking of just sitting here, while I sit here at the bonfire, I am going to be right back, just grab some water, etc., use the restroom, watch my boy eat, because he won't eat if I don't watch him, because he's a mess. But enjoy my cute little BRB screen. I'll drop my links again. And yeah, talk amongst yourselves. I will be back in like 2 seconds. Okay, what'd I miss? I told you it'd only be like a minute. I'm just gonna read through everything. I would like to become a hat. Just in real. One of the characters in my upcoming game is a shapeshifter, so... She could become a hat. It'd just have to be a real... It would just have to be a really big hat, ironically. Just make sure everything is up and running. Okay, cool. Huh. Shit. Computers. Okay. He's around here somewhere. I just have to find him. Anyone remember where my boy Hulk Logan is? He's around here somewhere. Okay. Cool, that's where I was going. He has his whole quest line. Big Lad Logan. Oh, hi.
Hello there. I was expecting you. This place is truly magnificent, more than expected even. As promised, I shall share the new sorceries with you, and the secret of Seath's immortality.
Because we couldn't hit him earlier, remember? Before we do that.
Ah. The secret of
Oh, you're right, he does. They do look some...
caught him and were in prison. You must know that Seath is a true undead, different from ourselves. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from death. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow
Wait, hang on.
granting true insulation from death. It is an effect.
You don't have to repeat
of
yourself.
primordial crystal, a sacred treasure pillaged by Seath when he turned upon the ancient dragons. So only by destroying the primordial crystal can you so much as scratch his hide. And it so happens, the primordial crystal is in the inner garden of these very archives, the Crystal Forest.
How convenient. Bye, Didagondo. How convenient that the thing that we have to use to beat him is right there.
The tomes stored in these archives are truly magnificent, a great pool of knowledge, the fruits of superior wisdom and an unquenchable desire for the truth. Some would say Seath had an unsound fixation, but his work is a beautiful, invaluable resource. All progress demands sacrifice, and I certainly bear no antipathy for that.
Really? You're totally fine with what Seath is doing, my man.
The tomes stored...
Really? You're cool with that, huh? Oh yeah, the only thing you need to... The mysteries of souls, crystals, and the sorceries are deeply intertwined. Sorcery boosted by the knowledge Logan acquired at the Regal Archives. Logan's trials were successful, and the crystal medium facilitated a stronger bond between weapon and soul. Pale magic spears sharpened through crystallization are on par with the armaments of ancient lords. Yeah, it's very, very powerful, basically.
Farewell.
Is very strong. He's got some stuff he's dealing with, it seems like. I am going to complete his entire questline, yeah. I whiffed. I whiffed my plunge. Fun fact, there's a certain texture in an optional area. We're going to tackle the optional areas at a later date, like, because I want to speed through them because most of them suck. Wait, I forget what you have to farm for him. Maybe we won't. There's another gold one. And there's another person inside it. Oh, you have to buy all the spells? Shit. Maybe we'll just, like, use a glitch for that or something. It's an onion. Before I talk to her, I gotta do some stuff.
It was you who rescued me.
I love you, Sieglund.
Thank you. I am Sieglund of Katerina. I don't know how I ended up in that crystal.
I love you, onion girl.
In there, but I could hardly move. I must think of some way to repay you.
I love you.
Oh, have you seen my father? You wouldn't miss him. A suit of armor just like mine.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. I knew he was here somewhere. Well then, now I must find him. Thanks again, truly. Now I shall just stay put and keep out of trouble. Thank goodness.
Seems like Siegmeyer has a habit of getting himself into trouble. Yeah, it's a pain. That's why you should... I think golems turn yellow because of contact with humanity. That's actually an interesting theory. I had not stopped to consider it. I just figured that was the color they turn. But I'm totally down with that. I don't really necessarily have lore. It's true. He's not even Jewish. How did that not aggro them? Our golems are cooler than his, so... I recently found out not everybody knows that golems are like a Jewish thing. Yeah, well, Gwyn's already a bitch, so... Now, me saying Gwyn a bitch is not objective lore. It's something you could argue. So how did the crystal golems get people inside them? It's unclear, but it seems like they probably absorbed them in some way. Oh, yeah, they're from an old Jewish folktale. About this town was coming under attack, and so this rabbi created this giant clay, like, warrior, and with God's blessing carved Emet into its forehead, which means life. Emet is actually a really interesting word because it uses the first letter, middle letter, and last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Yeah, no, they are specifically meant as a way to capture women. Crystal armor. I'm just, like, farming these guys real quick so we can get one more level before we go to bullshit zone. But yeah. Basically... There was this city, and then he put Emet on its head, and it, with God's blessing, it came to life and defended the city. And it was, like, wicked strong, and they couldn't kill it, because, like, it wasn't alive. And so it just beat the shit out of everybody and whatnot. But then, like, when it was done, it was like, what the hell do we do? Because we have this big... we have this big lad on hand, and all he does is, like, beat the shit out of people. Like, what do we do? And so the rabbi, to basically put it back to sleep, wiped the aleph, or the first letter of the word life, off of its forehead, so there were just the second and third letters, and those second and third letters make met, which is death, because life and death are so closely interlinked. And then it stopped moving and went back to sleep. And there is the legend goes that someday the golem will wake up again when the time is needed to defend the Jewish people. But it was lost to time, so who knows where it is now. It's a cool little story. And I think it speaks to how, like, Jewish culture has had such a huge influence on, like, Western culture, and it just kind of gets tucked away. Okay. Thank you. We got a lot of cool, like, folktale myth type stuff like that. Jewish myths are cool. It always reminds me of the story from the beginning of A Serious Man by the Coen brothers, which I will not spoil because it's a great movie and you should watch it. Okay, time for bullshit. Surely, there's an optional boss that is connected to this area that we didn't do, but we'll do it later. And it also helps explain the connection between, it also helps explain the whole what the fuck is going on with Gwyndolин's legs thing. Also, since I get asked this every time, I will say this, that, Gwyndolин's snake legs stop at the shin, like just a bit above the knee, or just a bit below the knee. So if you were wondering, like, what else is going on there, that's what's going on. Yeah, this area fucking sucks. Like, it shows how nuts Seath's, like, crystal research has gotten, but it's also dumb. There are, like, invisible bridges that you have to traverse and stuff. There are also, these worker butterflies called moonlight butterflies, and we will be discussing them, but right now we don't want to mess with them because they'll turn into bosses and beat the shit out of me. I think for the most part that's a coincidence, but hydras are connected to dragons, so moonlight butter doesn't fly. God, that's a fucking chestnut. Ooh, I almost fell. Great Chaos Fireball would be an awesome band name. But they'd have to play a specific kind of music for it to, like, be good. Because I feel like there could be a lot of bands that have that name and then just suck. Oh my god. This gives me fucking anxiety. I do not understand these invisible bridges. Me neither. Fun fact, the fog gate in this area is actually bugged. So on your first attempt, random nearby enemies can come into the boss fight with you. This is just Seath's research going nuts. There isn't really that much else to say about it. Okay, now we just need curse resistant stuff. I think this is fine. It was not fixed in the remaster. No, nothing was fixed in the remaster. It's a terrible, terrible remaster. Dark Souls rebastard. So yeah, we're probably going to die the first time in the boss fight, because all of these lads are just going to be hanging out in the boss room. But it's worth it to at least trigger the cutscene. Oh boy, here we go. So that's the crystal that we need. And in comes bitch boy himself. Incel dragon piece of shit. Seath the Scaleless. Seath the GF-less. Don't forget to follow and subscribe for great puns like that. I hate that the other enemies are in here. There's a specific weapon you can get from hitting his tail that's, like, good for lore, but it's a pain in the ass to get. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, at least he took them out. I want that tail. His fucking... Casual Ghoul, thank you for the follow. His fucking theme is so fucking goofy. Sorry I keep cussing. Yeah, no, his theme is annoying as fuck. I'm this close to, He did just kill his own minions. I'm this close to just pulling, like, muting the music in this and playing some, like, royalty-free music from my library. Because I've been listening to this band, Young Medicine, and they gave me direct permission to use their music on my stream, which was super nice of them. What the hell? Yep, the curse crystals. Like, I know I'm gonna die on this one, but I want the fucking tail weapon. Can you fucking stop? Ass. Oh no, Bella, I'm sorry. What? Remastered! Look at these glorious remastered animations. Those beautiful 60 FPS. Can you fucking come off already? Maisie69420, thank you for the follow. Love the name. Can you... I can't even see what's happening. Is that... Yep, that did it. Basilisks are actually connected to a different lord. Mage Kuzlin, thank you. Fuck that. I'll read the fucking item description for his tail. I hate that fight. I'm not doing it like 50 million times. Don't forget to follow and subscribe for me getting pissed off at Seath the GF-less. Also, there's no shortcut. You have to run back through that fucking cave every time you fight him. And also, you have to break the crystal every time because he somehow repairs it in between fights. But he can't repair it during the fight, for some reason. Also, if his theme gets grating, I might genuinely put on my own music. I can't put on most of it because Twitch has gotten really weird about DMCA now. You got crystal duct tape. That'd do it. But yeah, his stupid xylophone-ass theme. It's so bad. He needs privacy. That tracks. Sorry if my throat is like wicked raspy. The air is getting colder here and I'm like dehydrated as fuck. What? Come on. Come on. I also made my voice raw because I was doing a Marge Simpson impression earlier for my wife. His theme is so bad. It's just like, what is this? It is goofy, but it's like, what the fuck is this? Also, before you ask, I was doing one because she didn't believe I could do one. Seath can't even use power tools. That's why you need butch lesbians around, because they know how to use power tools. I don't. Resident Evil basement theme. God, you're not wrong. You're actually not wrong. I can hear the similarities in my head. Seath isn't even forklift certified. I don't even know what that is. I'm a femme. I don't know things about power tools or whatever. All I know is, I don't know, housework and how to tell somebody that their makeup is bad. Theme is very in the Seath atmosphere, totally wicked and out of place. That's fair. Also, it sounds like a joke theme because Seath's a fucking joke. Bitch ass. Oh my god. I hate it, I really do. If people donate, you get impressions for donating at least $1 or more. Then you get impressions. Although now I have like performance anxiety, so if I do it, it's gonna suck ass. But that's one of the voices I can do because it's like harsh and grating as fuck. And my actual voice is harsh and grating as fuck because I'm just in the weird androgyny zone. Lol, big man. Great animations, nerd. He's actually not that hard to fight. All you have to do is avoid his one AoE attack, and you're fine. What you do is just kind of whack him. Oh, that's the one attack you have to avoid. Oopsie. Because the crystals cause curse. Say that 5 times fast. Oh my god. No! No! Stun locked is all hell. Love how the crystals disappear. video game. You can't keep getting away with it. Yeah, I don't understand the xylophones here, but we don't have to. Bada bing, bada boom. I can't because, cutting his tail off is a pain in the ass. I will read about the Moonlight Greatsword later. Okay, so he also has a bequeathed Lord Soul Shard because he does not have a soul. Dragons don't have souls. Soul of the Albino Seath the Scaleless, a fragment of a Lord Soul discovered at the dawn of the Age of Fire. So yeah, Gwyn was just giving out pieces of his soul to everybody because his soul was so fucking powerful. And the fact that his soul was still enough to kindle the flame for 1,000 goddamn years is pretty impressive. Like, I hate the guy, but you gotta respect him for that one. You don't have to respect him for literally anything else. Well, there's one more thing I respect him for, actually. Seath allied with Lord Gwyn and turned upon the dragons, and for this he was awarded dukedom, embraced by the royalty, and given a fragment of a great soul. Although just a piece, it will satiate the Lord Vessel. It's the biggest soul, the most terrific soul. Jesus Christ. Does Big Fat have anything to say? Dark Souls Lord, that's why I'm breaking it in half. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's true. Gwyn did that. He did that. Hey, I killed Seath.
Oh, hello there. Where have you been?
Killing Seath. Oh, yeah.
I can't remember the death. The undead.
For sure, dude. He's fucking losing it. Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, I understand.
I love his fucking... I love his goddamn dialogue.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, it has been a while.
Just here. This fascinating place defeats my sense of time.
Yeah, basically this place... Big drunk Logan. This place, basically the knowledge that he's reading is cursed and is like, fucks with your mind. Most likely that knowledge also fucked with Seath's mind, although we still don't know exactly what that knowledge is, but it's some sort of cursed knowledge because it does inflict curse.
Oh, there you are. Oh.
I love how how it's just because that is not what he's saying at all. Yeah, crystals fuck you up, and they don't super go into why that is.
I can't remember the death. The undead. Where's it go? What the other one first?
This fucking rules, dude. After all the lore we've been covering, that's great, man. Good talk. Good talk, bud. Yeah, Seath developed the crystal, and the crystal causes kind of crazy. Yeah. It's just like secret cursed knowledge. We're supposed to have something special from him. I can't... I'm not sure if you have to, like, buy a bunch of shit from him or not, because otherwise I'll do, like, some duping or something for his questline, because I don't feel like buying all of his shit. But he should show up if we warp somewhere. Yeah, magic plays a very big, very interesting role. Let's go say hi to Gwyndolin, not for any particular reason, I just love her. I just want to hear her voice. So there's some more Seath lore we have to cover, but that comes a little later.
Welcome back, Blade of the Dark Moon. If mine power be needst, I shall assist thee.
Ma'am, I love you. I also love her because she is one of the only, amazing treasure ahead. It's true. Nice, Kumquat. Gwyndolin is one of the few voices I can do, because I can only manage androgynous ass shit. Like, it's in this weird spot where it's too low to do a lot of female characters, but it's too high to do a lot of male characters. So I can only do... She's actually not. We had a big discussion about how she's not earlier. But all evidence points to her not being one. Rabbi, we're not doing chat spoilers. And Prodigy, we had a long discussion about how that's not the case. So I'd ask that you leave that be. I'm happy to go over the lore again, but I went over it already once in the stream, so if you want to come back on another stream, I can totally go over the lore again, but I don't want to bug people by going over the same lore twice. Oh yeah, Rabbi, and I would be happy to have you bring that up when we get to that lore. I think I would love if you wanted to bring that up then, which we'll probably do next stream after that, sometime soon. So I do appreciate you hitting me up with that. Bada bing. God, they have a lot of fucking... Oh, thank you for the follow, Rabbi. I appreciate it. Oh! You know, I've said before, and I'll say it again, I'm not doing a face reveal. Because I'm not interested in it. The only downside to that, like, I prefer having my privacy. The one downside to that is because my voice is so fucking... Motherfucker Unlimited, literally. My voice is so fucking andro that people... I feel like at least, like, 35% of the people that join the stream just straight up think it's a dude until I say, like, my name or mention, like, she. And it's like, I get it. These things were meant to evoke dung beetles. Given that they drop dung, definitely. The lore lies about a lot of stuff, but I mentioned earlier just the the theory about how Gwyndolin being a boy does not track. Anyway, I'm going to shut up for a minute because this character is the one that I was trying to get the pyromancy flame for. She only shows up if you have plus 10. This character is really, really important. So important, I'm going to eat some moss so that fucking noise stops. Okay, so I'm going to shut up for a minute.
A mere undead, yet you can see me. Fascinating. I am Quelana of Izalith. I am not often revealed to walkers of flesh. You have a gift. Are you too one who seeks my pyromancy, like Solomon?
We know Solomon because he was, like, the most important pyromancer. Laurentius mentioned him, that, like, he was, like, the number one. But it seems like she taught him. But that was a long time ago, so she's been around for a while.
Yes, of course. It should be expected. Very well. You shall be my pupil, but to pursue my pyromancy, you must give something up. Are you prepared to do this?
So her name is Quelana of Izalith. Connected to Quelaag and Quelon is a possible name of the Fair Lady. But regardless, that means she's one of the daughters of Izalith. But she is not like a big spider monster or anything. She seems like she's just chilling.
Long ago, I accepted another pupil like yourself. Over 200 years ago, there was a man almost as bungling as you.
Wow.
In the world, he was called Salaman, the master pyromancer. The little rascal really made something of himself.
So it seems like they're, like... It's straight... Like, she is the... She's not the inventor of pyromancy, but pyromancy seems to have come from Izalith. Well, she doesn't show up unless you're 10.
Pyromancy is the art of invoking and manipulating fire. But remember one thing. Always fear the flame, lest you be devoured by it and lose yourself.
That's really interesting.
I hate to see that happen again.
Yeah, so she's saying that chaos flame devoured, you know, those of Izalith. Like, it corrupted, like, Quelaag and Quelon for sure, but it seems like it was something that, like, spun out of control. And as we know, the Chaos Flame is different than the First Flame. There's a lot of confusion about that, but we'll get to it.
Pyromancy is the art of invoking and manipulating fire.
Okay, yeah. She has some stuff. This is a thing I've been trying to get for a while. Let's see, I'm seeing how much of this... Primal Pyromancy taught by Quelana of Izalith. The storm of flame is indiscriminate and incinerates all nearby life. Advanced Pyromancy of Quelana of Izalith. Charm undead and gain temporary allies. The living are lured by flame, and this relationship is part and parcel to the art of pyromancy. Can be used by either gender. I don't know why that was included.
Now go. Whatever you do, do not crack and go hollow, lest my time spent on you be wasted.
Yes, ma'am. Blighttown is where former people, where some of the people that made pilgrimage away from Izalith settled. Prodigy, please remember spoilers, that there are people that have not played the games that are watching. What if fire was called Gyre? What if fire was called Gyre and it was just there for the fellas? That's Gwyn. Gwyn's flame is just there for the fellas, given how he treats his daughters like shit. Alright, Bella, later. You got through most of it. We're only gonna go for like another hour. All right, I'll see you, Robbie. Thank you for coming by. I always love talking lore, so we do it every Saturday and Monday. There it is. The demon ruins and the pizza lava. As bad as that lava texture looks, trust me, it looked so much worse in the original game. It looked so fucking bad.
Oh, what is it?
Does he have anything?
Below us
Oh, yeah,
lies the
here.
ruins of the legendary city of Isolith. There, the molten giant watches over the flame of chaos. Our fair lady and Mistress Quelaag fled from the ruins. I do not know the details, and I do not ask.
I got poison mist. So, that's interesting. So they're saying that Isolith is a place, and that the Chaos Flame is guarded by some giant, and the Chaos Flame went out of control and transformed it, and so Quelaag and the Fair Lady ran away, but it seems like they were affected by it. Now, Quaylana must have also ran away or left beforehand, because, you know, she's not all spidered up. Dark Souls mod to replace lava texture with untextured Gmod, black and magenta. I would love that. I would fuck with that so hard. Okay, so before we go down and do this area, I will tell you right now, this area is actually unfinished. They didn't finish it in the remaster, but, like, we literally know for a fact they actually did not finish this area and the next area that comes after it. It sucks. I will just tell you right now, it's fucking garbage. I hate the lack of cloth physics. I hate the cardboard capes so much. Yeah, there's a bunch of lava and we can't go anywhere. But yeah, these are the demon ruins, and as we know, like, demons came from the Chaos Flame. But what's interesting about the demon ruins is the fact that they are ruins. Like, these are buildings made by demons. These aren't buildings that were destroyed by demons, meaning that the demons may have had, like, an actual civilization or society that was destroyed by something. We've heard mention of a war involving demons before. It is possible, but there's actually some evidence against that, and that's something I'm about to discuss, like, right now. Once we get to it. So, this boss has a name that is infamous for being a little silly. This is, like, the giant, like, flame golem thing. This thing will not attack you off the bat. It looks like it's in pain. It doesn't look great. It's not Motherfucker Unlimited. Pillaged corpse. Ceaseless discharge. Now the corpse has... Prodigy, please. I'm gonna put you... I'm gonna have to put that on 2 strikes. I'm gonna need you to not spoil further. Okay, we're running all the way back here because there's a specific cheese strat that I'm going to use that I'm pretty sure is intended. But yeah, what's interesting is that the clothes on that corpse are Quelana's clothes, meaning it's entirely possible that... Yeah, I think it's intended. You have to do is hit it a few times and then he falls. We haven't gotten that set yet, though. Yeah, because we cut his arm off. I mean, he fell a ways. It's kind of a long fall. But it seems like he was producing the lava, because that's why it goes away. He was, you know, I'm not going to say the word, but he was causing lava to happen. Lava from New York, it's Saturday night. No, that pun doesn't even work. That was his ceaseless discharging arm. Yuck. Oh, come on. I swear to God, you people. Can't leave you alone for 5 minutes. What did you just call me? Oh, right. We need 24 more. Oh. No, I was making a joke. Anyway. Oh yeah, let's read the lore on the clothes real quick, because that's important. Also, it's fashion. It's like peak fashion, so... Worn by the witch Quelana of Izalith, mother of pyromancy and daughter of chaos. She wore this gold-hemmed black hood before even the Age of Fire. Offers strong resistance. So that's really interesting. Basically, it seems like she left. She may have faked her own death. This is honestly my typical fashion I like to roll with. The silver knight armor and the gold-hemmed hood. I don't know why. It's a vibe. I like it. But yeah, it seems like she may have faked her death and left, which would explain why she's okay. She was an emo. I was an emo hoodie girl when I was a teen. There's some deep Rachel lore for you. I was a fucking emo kid. All black, hoodie, etc. Is that a mid-roll? It is. Mid-rolls in this are just fucking awful. Oh yeah, also this area is full of reused bosses, by the way. Like, yes, that's just the Capra Demon. That's literally just the Capra Demon. Night, Ariel. Finished game. Remastered. Don't forget to follow and subscribe. My man, trust me. It looked so much worse. I know that sounds crazy. But it genuinely did look way worse somehow. Alright, we have to kill this before... .666 damage, lads. There's another demon just hanging off the side. Motherfucker Unlimited. Okay, so before we go forward to fight a terrible boss... I will... You know what? How about this? Do people want me to actually straight up just, like, post the original lava? Like, I'll just open it up on my screen. Well, Ceaseless hanging around... Bye, Sherry. Have a good one. Oh boy, it's the Taurus Demon. Okay. I'm going somewhere. I will soon. Oh my god, my fucking voice. I'm about to do, like, this cheese strat that's gonna seem like... You're probably gonna see this and be like, why are you doing this? But just trust me on this one. I'm not gonna be, like, cheesing our way out of any, like, major content or anything. Will that kill me? No, we're fine. Let me do this real quick, and then I will post lava soon. These things are called chaos bugs. I mean, they're not chaos bugs, they're sunlight maggots. Taurus Demon. So this door is normally locked unless you donate a bunch of, We might have to do this more than once, fair warning, but, Okay, if we did it right... Okay, we did it. There was a reason for that, I promise. We can go and try to fight the bad boss, but before we do, I'm gonna pull up a, I'm gonna pull up a picture of it. Literally, okay, I'm pulling it up right now. I'm just gonna give, like, an eye strain warning right now. I'm gonna give an eye strain warning right now. Don't blame me. That is what it looked like. It looked so fucking bad. Oh no, that's the remaster. Oh no, wait, this was... They had to mod it to fix it so it hurt less. Yeah, that... This is what it looked like. Okay, browser goes away. None of you saw my dumb lock and key pun in the other tab. It looks so fucking bad. Yeah. This area was straight up unfinished, as I mentioned. Speaking of unfinished, here's the boss from the beginning of the game, but on fire this time. With a homing attack with terrible hitboxes. In case it wasn't annoying enough. Lawrence is already bad. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I believe it is actually weak to fire. What sucks is that this character actually has really good lore. Or like really important lore, but it's lore that just straight up doesn't make sense with its appearance. Yeah. Welcome to Lost Lasagna. Demon Catalyst. That has some lore, so we're gonna grab that. Demon Catalyst formed from Izalith molten rock. Can be used as fire weapon. The Demon Sage was the first demon and the last master of the original fire arts. The Witch of Izalith was engulfed by chaos, creating pyromancy. Now that's kind of a mistranslation. We'll get into it. But he is not actually the first demon. But he was like a person that was... Or not a person, but he was a resident that was consumed by the flame. Now, what's interesting is that he became the Fire Sage after becoming a demon. Which again speaks to the whole demons aren't mindless and, like, had a society and thoughts and feelings. So maybe trying to wipe them out wasn't a good thing. Because we know there was a war involving the Black Knight, if I remember right. Let me find my stuff. Remember the Wandering Black Knight that we ran into like 10 million years ago? Halberd of the Black Knights who wander Lorethrough, used to face chaos demons. So yeah. Black Knights used to fight chaos demons. And the Black Knights, we believe, are connected to the Silver Knights that worked for Gwyn. which means that Gwyn and the demons may have been opposed at one point, but the question there being, why? Because Izalith and Gwyn were originally allies, and the answer to that question we will discuss, but I will say the final boss of this area I will be saving for later because it's gonna need its own video. Demons can't hollow now. They are, even if they were humans, they are no longer. Like, they are very much their own thing. Why did they turn into water? I don't know, because they didn't want fucking ragdolls here because it would crash. Yeah. Oh wow, this lighting looks cool as fuck on us, honestly. That was cool as hell. Yeah, it's a gameplay thing. Let's warp back to Firelink real quick to get ourselves some more Estus. It's a cool elevator. It's powered by, like, fire. But yeah, it seems like basically there was this... Blighttown elevator powered by a dog is amazing. Don't forget to follow and subscribe.
Oh, hello again. We're both managing quite well, aren't we? But I haven't found my father yet. Have you seen him? Really? Then I must be off.
I love her.
I'm sorry he's caused you trouble. He has a knack for that. If you just stay put. Really?
I love you, ma'am. Onion gal. The demons were not lords, no, but they were created either intentionally or inadvertently by a lord, specifically the Witch of Izalith, who was one of the 4 lords. It's unclear what species she was, most likely a god. Onion Jr. Oh, fun fact I forgot to mention, for all of you homosexuals out there, Quelana and the, sorry, my brain is struggling. Quelana and Darkmoon Nightess have the same voice actor. So you can actually get 2 lesbians with 1 VA. And that VA also shows up in, that VA shows up in Dark Souls 3 as well, and I will point her out when she does. But apparently she just plays lesbians. Oh, real quick, Bella's not here, so I'm gonna post my links again. Wife, hi wife. Speaking of lesbians, my wife's here. Hi babe. How are you, my dearest? Have you eaten? Like, are you doing okay? Have you eaten anything? I love you. I love you, wife. Everybody say hello to my dearest beloved who is here. Have you had dinner? Make sure you have a little something. I'm in full Jewish mom mode right now. Oh my god. Those iframes are something else. It's true, she's a real clown. My dearest clown wife. The iframes there are something else. Casper's here. It's a family reunion. My dearest wife, the clown. Well, her name is Harley. We do live in a society. It's a sad fact about our world.
Ah, I was
Does she have anything else to say?
Witch of Isolith.
Oh, hang on, here's some...
Please, do not speak of her. I abandoned my mother and sisters and fled to this land. Now I roam these parts, feigning ablution and pretending to seek answers.
That's a bummer.
Pyromancy is the... I would hate...
So yeah, she did run away from Isolith.
Well, but do not...
I lived in the woods. It sucked. Don't do it. Also, how has work been going, babe? Are you doing good? Are people being nice to you? Do I have to come down there and beat up anybody with my broken bones? I'm not sure if she's still here. She may have left. 2 seconds. Gamers. Okay, good. I'm happy you're doing well. I love you. I have had multiple people say that their cats really like this stream. I think it's because I'm gay. Cats are gay, so... Also, yes, also me. Tell your cat I love them. And I will tell my wife I love her. I love you, babe. Are you like the cat? Are you like Blinks the Time Sweeper? Like the one? Chat, yeah, chat has a delay. There's a stream delay on pretty much any stream. This fight is garbage. Oh, I know everything. The two things that have been consistently mentioned throughout this stream are the fact that I know everything and the fact that I have never confirmed whether or not I am human. Oh, that sounds so sweet, Casper. That and Gwyndolin. I could be snakes for all you know. But you have to follow and subscribe to find out. Oh boy, here we fucking go. Oh boy. Don't tell him, Casper. This boss fight is... Oh yeah, so since you guys saw the original lava, imagine this fight in, like, the arena filled with lava, but all of the lava was, like, that extremely painful to look at lava. Imagine how horrible that would be. That was a hitbox. Yeah, no, you literally couldn't see. It wasn't fun, I can tell you that much. I've played the original fight, and I will tell you, it's not fun. That's okay, the VOD will be up. Can you come here, please? Thank you. Oh yeah, because walking in the lava will kill you, like, instantly. So you just kind of have to wait for him to feel like it. Now, if you stand in the right place, you can actually cheese him out of the arena. But, like, look at how bad... Look at how fucking bad this is. Like, I don't really have anything else to say. Look, this fight is a fucking joke. I just want to get through it fast so my wife can see, Whoa. That's cool, actually. I hope my wife is still here, because we get to see Solaire again soon. There is actually lore to that monstrosity. Here's the lore. An orange ring enchanted by a witch reduces lava damage. Since his sores were inflamed by lava from birth, his witch sisters gave him the special ring. Fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot, a terrible centipede demon was born. So yeah, basically that centipede demon is just a ring that was supposed to go to Ceaseless, that was made for him by his sisters, but he dropped it. Love that sound. Love this finished fucking game. I also wish we could have given Ceaseless his ring back. Oh no, he didn't drop it, like, on purpose. Okay. Where's our boy? Where's our boy? There he is.
Why? Why? After all this searching,
Oh.
I still cannot find it. Why? After all... Why?
My poor boy. Trying to give him a hug. I wish there was a crouch button. He's a wonderful, wonderful man, and we love him dearly. We all love Solaire, even if he thinks the best spot to look for the sun would be underground.
Why?
He's doing his very best, and we love him for that. We all love you, Solaire. Okay, are you guys ready for the most unfinished shit in the world? And before you say anything, while you're looking at all this pizza lava, imagine all of this, but that original eye-burning texture. Oh, he's himbo. He's like peak himbo. This is Lost Izalith. Just a giant field of lava with a bunch of bottom halves of existing enemies. That's it. That's what they did. That's what they did for the area. Dinosaur asses, indeed. It's an area full of butts and really loud, annoying lava. Rear ahead. It sucks. It sucks. Literally, it's like jokes. I love you, my dearest wife. I will see you soon. I will come and pick you up whenever you are done. I love you. I love her. Soul of a great hero. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and it has good hitboxes too. This area is one of the worst areas in Souls. I'm just very grateful that my dear wife is here. Or, like, my dear wife was able to come by to help keep me sane through this fucking nightmare of an area. Sanity restored. Anytime. I'm not doing the boss of this area because the boss of this area has great lore, but is also going to need its own episode for a different reason. A less pleasant reason, shall we say. Love that there's a hidden bonfire. I love that. I love that mechanic, and I love that it's there. In case that wasn't clear, I don't love that at all. It's probably my least favorite boss in the entire series. It's this or a specific one from Dark Souls 2. Imagine if you didn't find the hidden bond. You want to know something? My first playthrough, I didn't find it on my first playthrough. I had to run all the way back every single time. Let me tell you, I wouldn't recommend it. We're so close to leveling up. Please, give me an enemy to fight. You an enemy? And I will die to this boss a lot. Like a lot. A lot. Hi, Spaghetto. We're just wrapping up Lost Izalith. We have not done the boss yet, so don't mention who it is. While we explore Lost Izalith, I think it's worth pointing out again that the civilization here was built by demons. Like, they had their own civilization, their own society, etc. And all of that was proof that they were intelligent and, like, at the very least, a species that is independent. And the fact that the Black Knights and Gwynny the Pooh, came in here and, like, waged war against their civilization, maybe not great? We also know that oofda. Yeah, no, next boss is hell. And that's why you should tune in on Monday to see exactly what we're all dreading. Yeah, genocide is never poggers, and that makes Gwyn 2 for 2 on genocide. Although the question remains, why? And that is tied to the previously mentioned Chaos Flame. There was justification, but we will get it. Will we be doing the DLC next time? Probably not. I don't think we'll be caught up with everything yet. If possible, I would like to try to do the DLC, but was the first one even justified? Well, I mean, the war happening is justified, like, is debatable, but the actual, like, genocide, probably not. I fucking love these enemies. I love the noise they make. I love how they look. I love their googly eyes. It's so good. Isn't one of these an illusion? They're just a bunch of lads. Oh yeah, there's another, Chaos Witch here. She's using my spells. Way to go. It does look like a spore creation. Dreamers may be trying to imitate the ancient dragons. It's very possible. Here we go. Catalyst of the Witch of Izalith of long ago, when her daughters were still flame witches, before they were engulfed by the Chaos Flame. Before the birth of pyromancy, their wands were mediums for sorcery, but knowledge of this flame sorcery has long since vanished. So basically, this Chaos Flame thing sprang to life and corrupted everything, and Gwyn was most likely afraid of it, but not necessarily for the reason you might think. I think, personally, that he was afraid of it, and we'll get into this more, but he was afraid of it because it challenged him. This is a second flame that was also very powerful, but one that he didn't control. And he was afraid of that. No, flame sorcery is not pyromancy. The lines get very blurred. It's unclear if, like... It's unclear if flame sorcery is pyromancy and just got changed, or, like, if flame sorcery was its own thing. But flame sorcery is technically not pyromancy. Oh yeah, if you also need some more info for how busted this area was, one of the few things they changed in the remaster is that there were a bunch of just straight up missing textures in this area. Like literally just spaces where textures should be, and they weren't there. Did the Witch of Izalith effectively utilize girl power by intimidating Gwyn with the Chaos Slime? I would say so. Absolutely. Falchion. Falchion. You know, the thing. You know what I'm talking about. You already know. Just like you know that you should follow and subscribe. Because money is tight. There's a pandemic. Or just donate, because Twitch takes so fucking much of subs. Gwyn feared the first flame of feminism. Say that 5 times fast. Feared the first flame of feminism, feared the first flame of feminism, etc. Do you remember how to get to a specific place I'm trying to go? But I can never remember. He feared the old blood. Get out of here. I don't have time for this. Okay, so I've been talking so much lore this stream. Like, we've covered so many major fucking things here. So, my question is, do you have anything, any specific questions that I can answer in the last, like, 10 minutes or so we're gonna be doing this? Ooh. Because we're gonna be done at 9. Yes, we did the quest right. Okay, we're good. So if you don't kill the bug on the other side of the door here, the one that I specifically, the one that I killed, Solaire will be here and he'll be hostile. There's a lot to say about demons, so I don't know where I would start on that, unfortunately. A loathsome parasite that inhabits Lost Isolith. It is completely immobile, yet still lives. When worn on the head, it emanates blinding light, which is why it is known as a sunlight maggot. So if you put that on your head, like, normally it can light up, but if you come down here without killing it, you will find him here, and he will be, like, a crazy.
Was it all a lie? Have I done this all for nothing?
No, honey.
My dear son. What now? What should I do? My son. My dear, dear son.
Oh, honey. They're their own thing. As it were. Yeah, they're like their own species. Yeah, I would say bleach everything and, get tested when you can. No, you're fine, Blinks. I am here to teach. I have my cute little teacher animation, but that only plays with subs. So at some point, if you stick around, you'll see it. Every now and then, people sub. So I'm gonna be boosting this just because we're gonna need the heals. They are all rotten dragon crotches, yes. It sucks. Demons, does that mean the... Yeah, they had their own fully functioning society after the advent of the Chaos Flame. Like, it did not drive them all crazy or whatnot. It seems like basically the Chaos Flame was created and it was stable, and then something made it, like, flip out of control. Like, the Witch of Izalith lost control of it, and it caused everything to go all fucky. Yeah, well, Bella, you're gonna want to watch the VOD because we've been covering a lot. Sorry, I don't mean to sound dismissive, but we're gonna be done in like 7 minutes. She did indeed make a fucky-wucky. Okay, let's go up to the boss room just because I want to see if we get invaded by a very special boy. I know you can get invaded by him earlier, but I want to see if we get invaded by him here, or if I have to get invaded by him earlier. But there's a special boy around here. One of the few valid simps in this series. The Simp of Yore, the legendary. No, I didn't say that. I'm sorry, Bella. Don't be upset. I would never say that. Where is he? Where's the lad? Where's the legend? Blaming Gwyn is typically the right way to go in this series. Please invade. I might have to get invaded by him earlier in the game. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. It's my boy, it's Kirk. Spiky armor boy. Oh, shit. I love his whole look. Sorry, buddy. Here he comes, and there he goes. Spiked shield. Forgot how many souls he gave us, and I'm gonna lose all those on the fight, so I want to level. Hi, Kirk. Bye, Kirk. Damn it. He's a beautiful sight to behold. He's not painful to look at. Like the president? We got his spiky shield. Shield of the infamous Dark Wraith Kirk, Knight of Thorns, covered with spikes. He's a lad. Basically, he invades twice and you can get some lore on him, but basically he's a simp for the fair lady. That one spider girl. He's a big time simp, and he just gets everything for her. And you know what? There are worse people to simp for. So I'm just gonna do wrap up real quick. Answer any last minute questions, post my links one more time, etc. He invades to get humanity for her, yeah. Because humanity helps her. Ugh. Excuse me. Kirk is a good boy. We love him. We love a spiky simpy boy. But yeah, thank you all for coming by. We had a bunch of new people here, which is always nice. Hope you will return on Monday when we do everybody's favorite boss, and then we go on to do everybody's favorite area, and then we just suffer. Next stream, if you want to see me suffer, show up on Monday. Hashtag Gwyndolin did nothing wrong. It's true. But for now, I hope you all have a lovely evening. Make sure you drink your water. Make sure you PayPal me $100 US. Make sure you wash your hands, wear your mask, be safe, know that I care about you. And remember that Gwyndolin did absolutely nothing wrong. Good night, everybody.